G'day, you dunce. How you doing? Fanny Slam first, Vongo second, Orcrus third. Fanny makes me upset. Just wait until you're older. Good night, Orcrus. How you doing? Let's see. Ads coming in. I think I've got everything set up. I was looking for someone to watch. Well. Who have you found? Let's see. I don't know, I'll keep looking. Let me know when you find someone so that way I can also throw them on. Alright. Look at that one. Alright. Switch that. Do connections while the ads play. Okay. That or that? Two. Or does it want us to do... Because, I mean, those are crosses, and that creates a cross, but that also creates a cross. Or... those are all pluses, and the negative space in here creates a plus. This one's odd. This is an odd one. One, two, three, four, but then they've got five, and you can't have four. You can't have five. There's only one equal sign, so it's not going to be anything math. This one's very weird. I'm usually rather good at pattern recognition. But there's too many different potential patterns in this one. Like there's that. That. I don't know. Yeah, no, this one's very weird. Oh, they're on the face of it. It's not pattern recognition. It's all at all. It's not pattern recognition at all. It's just things that appear on the same thing, like die. You have one dice, and you got because that doesn't appear on the dice. It'd have to be there. You know, multiply, equal, minus, plus. They're all math symbols. Jeepers. They're all punctuation. Jesus, that was silly. Silly. That's what that was. Silly. Anyway, we got some bugs to fix. I gotta tell you, if anyone here is planning on making a game in Godot, one thing I recommend you do, like the first thing you do, go into the asset lib, get GD unit, okay? Get GD unit, and build unit tests for your game. I'm so far into my game right now that for me to add unit tests would take forever. Yeah, test-driven development even. Well, not always test-driven development. Like you've got to have a combination. So for stuff that's purely logic, like calculating things and like checking that a function is returning what you expect and stuff, yes, you can do test-driven development for that. But things like, oh, we expect this character when they move here and they interact with this thing, this happens. That sort of thing is kind of after the fact. So you make the scene, you do the logic, you have unit tests for the logic and stuff, and then you have like a scene test, which GD unit allows you to set up. You have a test scene with an NPC that like walks and interacts with something or whatnot, and you validate that the result is as you expect. Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely something I'm doing for my next stuff. But the reason why I say this one here, this was reported in the build that I put up yesterday. However, so it's an issue where the bobblehead can be duplicated when you go up to a stand, interact with it, and you select a bobblehead from your list, from your collection. And apparently it was putting one on the stand and one in their hand. But I can't replicate that. I cannot replicate that. You know what I mean? So I can't replicate it. So I'm pretty sure that one's already fixed. Yeah. I've heard of A/B testing, but what about ABC testing? Just see if it works. ABC. Anything but checking. That's my type of testing. You do the code, release it, and you go, think that works. Let's do this one. There's a UI bug. I don't know of many people that do unit tests for games, though. That's the big thing. Ooh, yep. Yep. So oof. Nice backfill of acronyms, sir. Thank you. Bugs that can't be replicated might not exist until they do, sometimes, mostly. Like a Heisen bug. Yeah. Or a quantum bug. Yeah. Heisen bugs suck. They are the worst. Where do we have the check for settings changed? In here. If control's not null and it wasn't a settings page, or the settings were not changed, then we set the control to be visible. Otherwise, title visible gets set to true if control is settings and there were no settings changed. Otherwise, down here, we set control to the new menu. If control is null, we handle that. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Where does that where does that pop-up get displayed? G'day, you dunt. How you doing, Sammy? Okay. So, let's think. Where's this used? Ooh. What was that? Menu settings. Here we go. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. How you doing, Vigilian Bites? Or Vigil and Bites? Or Vigil AN Bites? Or... how about we just go with Vigil? How about that? Does that work for you? You doing good? Good to hear. Fantastical. So we've got the settings changed being popped up here, and this is for confirm settings. This doesn't have an unhandled input, but it does have a confirm settings. Display control if current scene is seen. So the issue is with around hitting escape, which is handled by main menu. That's what handles this. This is what we need to do. Need to go if we need to check what would it be? If settings visible and settings I need a way to indicate up to that from here. So it does have control. You have class settings, not settings menu. Hang on. Let's just go through here and find what it is, shall we? Main menu. Yeah, settings. Main menu settings. That's what you are. Your main menu settings. Getting a tattoo in 45 minutes. Gotta head off. Take care, games. Ooh, what are you getting a tattoo of? Better be a spiral. So settings, control. Defined in settings, settings base. Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Control. I think it's if the settings are changed for the control. Or we have a look under here. Settings changed returns false. And credits. Alright. Fish scales. In the style of rainbow fish books. One day I'll get a spiral. I want some Junji Ito tattoos. Okay, I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. What's the Rainbow Fish books? Okay, fair enough. That looks kind of familiar. Okay, it looks kind of familiar. I remember reading it as a kid. I don't. I don't. A lot of what happened to me before I was 8, kind of a blur. I do remember my brothers were like that they were pretending to have a sword fight. One had a cricket bat, one had a shovel. And I was walking past behind them, and one of them, like the one with the shovel, took a swing back and like copped me in the head. I remember that. I still got the scar, like, right there. A whole bedroom was based on it? Damn. You must have really liked it, Ermine. What up, Zakua? How you doing? I'm good, Zakua. I'm good. I was so young, it was decided by my family. Ah, right. Fair enough. That makes sense. Ooh, actually. Before Ockety Dockety yells at me again. Before I get yelled at for not putting up the message. What up, Hal? How's things? I hope you're having fun. I think I do need to buy a chair. Either that or I need to go get like knee reconstruction. Going to a concert in a good hour or so. For now, just chilling about. Nice. Nice. I will be going to a concert on Thursday. No idea what that was. Oh shit, Electric Callboy is going to be playing in September. Damn. Maybe I should go to that. What's the band's name? I've got the name of the band on my phone, but I keep forgetting. What are we working on today? We're working on some bugs. So, these two I'm pretty sure are fixed. I'm just waiting on people to confirm or not. I can't replicate this one, so I'm just waiting to see if it has been fixed in the latest build, and I just don't know about it. But I can't duplicate it. That was Robin. We have an assignment in school where the brief is to make a song for a fictional new collab between her and Rexop. No idea who either of those people are. Is the demo out now? No. No, the demo's not out. You'd like to try the game? You can... It'll be out soon, don't worry. Scandinavian music people. The only Scandinavian music people I know of are Tobias Forge Ghost, Fin Troll, Corpaclani, Ilvis, ABBA, obviously. Who is it? There's a bunch of other metal bands that come from that area. Yeah, Aurora. Yep. Came from the same city as Ilvis. Nice. Thought it's out because you have said waiting for people to confirm on those bugs. Oh yeah, like people in the playtest. So there's people in the playtest that have raised bugs and whatnot. So I'm waiting on those people that have raised those bugs to confirm if they're still there or not. Ever heard of Enslaved? I have not. I have not. So this is Control. Close settings. Okay, so in main menu, that's interesting. So we do confirm settings. I don't see how it's setting menu buttons to be visible and returning out here. If it's released or echo, then it returns out, so that's not gonna... Unless it's coming from elsewhere. No, you mean raising a different way? What if they literally raised the bugs like pets? You know, you joke about that, but with AI, I'm sure someone out there is doing that. They're raising, like... They've got, like, a glass panel that has a 3D projection of an ant farm on it. And they're raising those bugs in a virtual environment being displayed in the real world. Oops, wrong account. That's my bot account. Gonna vibe to some music, Hal? Go for it. That was... That's funny. Ignore that. That was my bot. Invalid access property or key control on a base object of type nil. 126. Invalid access property or key control. On a base object of type nil. Use it for my stream stuff. Fair enough. What up, JP? How you been? I was getting StreamerBot set up on my gaming PC and it switched the accounts here. Whoops. Whoopsies. You don't want to do that too often. I'm doing well, JP. Thank you for asking. I'm trying to understand this. Control an object of type nil. Main menu. Oh, hang on. Settings. Medium sauce. Oh. Alright, give me a second. Unhanded input, switch menu. So, unhanded input, tablet toggle, switch menu, unhanded input. Actually, which one was... Unhandled input on main menu, tablet toggle, switch menu. Because that'll call switch menu. And then when switch menu's called... I was going to ask if you wanted to hear the trailer song I have ready. Yeah, throw it up in Discord. Medium sauce in hot sauce. Hot sauce. This one's only 50,000 Scoville. So... yeah. It's not hot. It's not weak either. Our weak sauce is 5,000 Scoville. Our hot sauce is Da Bomb hot sauce, which is 135,000 Scoville. So, you know. Thank you for the medium sauce there, Creeper. I've got cracker stuck in my teeth. I'm sure you meant to redeem hydrate. Alright. The squish token. It's all good. We're good. There we go. Nice. I need to cut my hair this afternoon. It's very long. Very, very long. So we've got that triggers this. Then under here, if control's not null, then switch menu checks that. And that's where we set the menu buttons visible. That's what we don't want to have happen. We want the menu buttons to be set visible in here. And only in here. Control is settings menu. Let's see how that works, shall we? Oh, actually, no. You remain false. If control is not... Actually, no, if control is settings, we said, yep. Yep. Beautiful. Beautiful. Fixed. Okay. Fixed escape with changed settings, displaying both main menu and settings menu. Sweet. First bug squashed. This one here will do next. Should be easy enough. So this bug is you go up to this. It displays checkout, but you click it and it moves it, which is incorrect. It's not what it should have at all. Where's our get interactions? Get interactions. Let's see, furniture, sale counter. Placed has checkout and move. They're both the same priority, different order in the menu. I feel like this one should probably be outside of that. Get 0, get 1. We don't want to append interacts there. I see what's happened. Yeah. That's what the problem was. I had the incorrect order. Yeah. Sweet. That's another bug down. What's this? Fixed sale counter. Interactions when placed. All right. Next. Z clipping. We have under here. Where's our gold? We need our gold shader. You. Z clip scale. If it's held. Whoops. Is held. Oh, goodness. What up, Sprig? The caretaker bot is here to take care of you. Oh, jeez. Is that a threat? G'day, Sprig. How you doing? Welcome in. It's a promise? Oh, no. Oh, I love it. Love it. What were you doing today? I'm just doing some bugs. Is held gets set to true. Deadlock, we're focusing hard. It's getting good. Nice. That's the Steam game, isn't it? Like the Valve made game. MOBA third-person shooter. Nice. Is that still in early access, or is it released yet? Semi-closed beta? Yeah, I thought so. Interesting. Just invite only, but invites can be given from friends. That's fair. I'm not much of a MOBA kind of gameplay. If I'm going to do a multiplayer shooter, it's usually something like a Borderlands. Something like that. What I need to figure out is why some things display with the Z-clip scale being enabled. I don't know. Has me stumped. If the delivery box is held, toggle the hold visibility. Otherwise we get the first one and we set it to Use that. What about when we take item? What does this get called? Remove the hold visibility. Child count is 0, we return. Otherwise we loop over all of them. And we remove the hold material. We're gonna do that. No. That might fix up the one with the box, like the boxing issue. Might. Okay. Add that back. Okay. I can't place you back in the box. That's the issue. Well, that's one of the issues. What up, Skillet? Halo, Halo to you. See that? That's a problem. Where's take item? So take item. Let's have a look at shelf. When we do place item, in here, we get the item, and what we want to do toggle hold visibility to false. And we still want to have a look. Because when we do take item from here, we go pack item, quantity held, is 0. Do that. You can get... Oh, let's actually have a look. If it's a mystery bubble box. Toggle hold visibility. Gets mesh bottom. So we do that. Let's see. Actually, let's go new game. Ooh, hello. That's a bug. That's a bug. That ain't good. It should. I've already got logic in there that sets it up to restructure those. Why is the first one behaving differently? Pack item, toggle hold visibility. We're doing this before reparent. I see. We want it to happen after the fact. So that it knows the parent is delivery box. Order of operations. Simple order of operations. I hope. Well, now it's not displaying anything. Huh. We're going to keep looking at it in a minute. What up, Gim? Actually doing coding stream on Kick? Of course. Of course. We now have ads on the Twitch, though, so we're taking a break now. And we're going to do Quirtle for the ads. Good old Quirtle. This one's gonna suck. Okay, I feel that's Apple in the top left. Bottom left, got L at the end. So... Camel. Nice. Top right. Favor. Oh, come on. Oh my god. How is it not that? Razor. Okay. That bottom right word is gonna suck. Ooh. Moffat. No. Motif. Hell yeah. Alright, let's do Wordle now. Still got 45 seconds on the ads. We can do Wordle in 45 seconds. Cool. Brand. Okay. Bleat. There we go. Look at that. We got 18 seconds left. Oh. All right. So, if it's not mesh top is visible. If broken or on, mesh top static is visible. If not broken and not on. Old is being set to on. Oh, hang on. That's why. Set hold material. So we're not calling this, which means for this, we're not calling this. Let's see. False. Actually, gonna take that. That should fix it, I think. But that should also mean if held quantity is 1. Okay. Set surface override material in base mesh instance 3D. Mystery ball box 51. Huh? Set surface override material. Have I not assigned that? I could have sworn I'd already assigned that. You've got static. You've got static. Yeah, they've all got it assigned. It had no problem doing it here. What? It's definitely set. And the Mesh Instance 3D definitely has. Surface material override. Do you mean set surface override material? Oh, it was a single R, not a double R. I was so confused there. I was like, that method does in fact exist. That's interesting that I have to press place twice. Okay. Okay, so that's done. But there's still the Z-Equip scale for the gold bobblehead. Other thing that I want to do is cannot place item from hands into empty delivery box. Also require 2 clicks to place item from hands in delivery box that has the same item type. So for some reason, when we interact with the delivery box, if quantity held is 0, or the line item is the content data's line item, what up, Bibs? It's going well, thank you for asking. Valid quantity. If not is open. Actually, no. Yeah. If not is open. Toggle open. And return. We're just working through some bugs. They're getting more and more minor, these bugs. Less and less important bugs, which is good. It's going in the right direction. But there's some really big ones like this and this. Like these two, I don't even know how they're happening. These two I'm pretty sure are fixed. But yeah. Like British Airways, slow, but you'll get there. Exactly. I'd rather get there slow and safe than fast and probably no longer existing. What's the bug I'm on now? This one here. Can't place item from hands to empty delivery box. And you've also got to click twice. Even if it's the same. Actually. Yeah, if held object is delivery box, then we remove the item. Yep. I can actually get rid of this is open check. do valid quantity, valid line item. I'm guessing the click twice isn't wanted, so it's not confirmed selection before drop. It's not a selection, so it's like you open this, you take the item, you're holding it, right? And then you want to place it. So you click left. Okay, now it's working. Now it's not. So I take it out, I click, it does nothing. I click again, puts it in. That's interesting. I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Or not. This one here, if it's idle, there's pick up interact. But then there's also place item and take item. I think that's it. I don't want them to do that twist. That's why. If content data is null, We do that. So that'll fix the issue of not being able to place something in an empty box. We'll grab this. What? That doesn't make sense at all. That doesn't make any sense. How goes the bug fixing? Very confusing. False. You're returning 0. It should be returning infinite, shouldn't it? Maybe it does have... So it says it's null. Let's do this. That should handle it. So I'm thinking 0 less than infinite is returning false. So 0 less than infinite returns false. I don't know how. I would think infinite is greater than 0. But something in the back end must be saying that infinite is just 0. 0 normally returns false. Yes, but 0 less than infinite. If you're doing a check saying if 0 is less than infinite, then yeah. Game was great. How long have you been developing it? Since May 24th. May 24th. Here is an example of a full shop. Well, not a full shop. Yeah. You can still expand it another 12 times. I need to fix up the movement to get rid of some of the stuttering at this level. But yeah. A storage room out back. Yeah. Got a bobblehead. I don't think the timer to stop them bobbling is working. What do you think about Godot? It's good. Godot's good. What up, Ginger? How you doing? Infinity is less than 0. But why, Danjio? No, see, this is the thing, Danjio. There's infinity. Okay, so where are we? There's infinity. And then there's negative infinity. Like, you can do negative infinity. Like, infinity. Positive floating point infinity. See how it says positive floating point infinity. Positive. Positive cannot be less than 0. Because that would be negative infinity. This is the result of floating point division when the divisor is 0. For negative infinity, use negative infinity dividing by negative 0. Yeah. Numeric infinity is only a concept with floating point numbers and has no equivalent for integers. So, that's the problem. The problem is that I'm doing integer 0 less than floating point infinity. And Godot is not going to do that. Godot's going to go, that's an integer, that's a floating point. False. So it is divide by 0? No, it's the result of when you divide by 0. Also working with Godot, but I feel like I'm stuck at a certain point and can't progress any further. Do you have any suggestions? You're gonna have that no matter what engine you work on. It's the same with everything that you learn. So there's been a lot of people that have said this, but it's true. Learning is like steps. Okay? So you're going to learn a lot and get like really good at the simple stuff. And then you're going to kind of plateau for a bit until you overcome the next big hurdle of learning, which makes you learn a lot again. So you get like this kind of graph that goes up like steps. So you're currently on one of those plateaus. And the only way to get rid of it is to keep going and to like learn the next thing that kicks you off into the next improvement, into the next upturn on the graph. So yeah, everyone hits those points. Everyone hits those points. Would it work if you did infinity less than 0.00? It would, but that would require me to have the quantity held as a floating point, and I don't want to do that because I don't want the potential of floating point rounding errors for my integer quantities. And that's actually one reason why all of my money in the game is integers. So everything is 100 times more than what they would cost. Like than what they're actually costing. But when I display it in the UI, I divide the number I multiply the number by 0.01, and I display it as a 2 decimal floating point. So this way, when I'm adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing, all this kind of stuff, it's all integers. So we drop off the floating point. So then when we do the calculation and like display a value in the UI, it's all 2 decimal places. We don't have to worry about a floating point. We don't have to worry about money becoming like $1,248 and 0.721896341281 cents. You know? We don't have to worry about becoming some weird ass floating point. Also, integers take up less memory. So, yeah. Positive infinite if the float exceeds the maximum float value, and negative infinity on the opposite side. No. Actually, I don't even know what you're asking. Like, three divided by 3 equals 0.9999999999999. Round 0. Actually, at that point, Skillet, rounding would not equal 0 because rounding's going to go up or down depending on what it is. So that would round up to 1. If you converted the float to an integer, then it would become 0 because it would just drop anything after the decimal. That was the old maximum float, and that was maximum negative float. Okay. Not rounding, but conversion. Yeah, exactly. Yep. What was the... That's what the Quake engine took advantage of? Okay. So we've got that fixed. Now I want to check what happens when I get 2 boxes. Take needs to be an allow echo. But if held object player instance held object is delivery box, and If it's delivery box, actually, is not delivery box. Actually, let's do this. If the held object's not null, or quantity held is 0, or player instance held object is not, sorry, is delivery box player instance because where we have get interactions, where are we? Held object is null. Player instance held object is delivery box. And it's not self. If the held object is not null, or its delivery box, if the player held object is not null and it's not delivery box, yeah. Let's see what happens with that. What does the allow echo do? In some instances, you can echo, like you can echo the input event. Like the input event can be echoed so that it repeats. So you just have a check in there if you don't want echo to happen, basically. So I just put that check in there to be sure, to make sure if Godot does emit an echo of anything, I don't do anything with it. Because I don't want to handle echoes. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Interact secondary, we take that. You go, if Player instance held object is delivery box. Back item. Else, hold object. Okay. Actually, need to get another one. So that's the next issue. When it's going from held box to... Must be sick of stacking shelves at this point. Nah. Nah, the 40 million different things that can happen is actually very interesting. There's so many different variables that you've got to account for. Like so many different ways of interacting with them. Yeah. The item you're holding or the box you're holding. Then you've got, is the box full? The box needs to be able to place one after the other without having to click multiple times. Just hold click and it places. Whereas if you're not holding a box and you take something off the shelf, you only want to take one item. So you got like all these different cases that you need to handle. There's also and then there's also the storage shelves, which only allow boxes to be stacked on them. So you've got to make sure that happens. Oh, that's something I need to do as well. Display label on storage shelves when delivery boxes stacked. That's what we need. That's what we need. A virtual functions a thing in GD scripts? No. No, virtual functions are not a thing, but you can oh, hang on. There we go. That's the word. You can send signals. You can create your own signals and stuff like that. You can also create... You can create a function that doesn't do anything. So if we have a look in here, in my state machine, in my base state, I've got all of these functions defined, but they just pass. They don't do anything. They don't do anything at all. So then in all of my other states, in my player base state, we inherit this and we define what we want to have happen when that function's called. If that function isn't called, then if that function isn't set up inside player base state, then it just hits here and it does nothing. So this way I can set up my state machine so that inside update, physics process, unhandled input, all that stuff, I can just tell the player, hey, call the state machine's current state on this function. And if that state has something defined for that function, it will work. But if it doesn't have something defined for it, it just hits the base function and returns out. It's not an overloaded function. So an overloaded function is when you have a function called add numbers, and one version of the function, add numbers, takes 2 integers, another version takes 2 floats, another version takes 2 doubles. That's function overloading. You're creating multiple definitions of the same function, and then depending on what parameters get passed in, depends on which version gets called. Like virtual functions when you inherit blank functions? Kind of. It's just a function that does nothing if you call it without something redefining it. You call it, it doesn't cause anything to break, but it doesn't process anything because there's nothing in the function for it to do. So it just goes, you want to call this? Okay. Well, I mean, it's saying not to do anything, so alright. Because without that inside all of my states, I would have to redefine the exact same thing over and over again, and I'd have to tell them to pass. Just so that when I have a state that wants to call, or when I have a character that wants to call physics process, and I have some states that have a process physics and others that don't, I can still call it. I can just call it inside physics process, and I don't have to worry about if the state has it defined or not, because I know that if it doesn't, the base state that it extends has that definition. Let's see. So why is this? It's inside the... It's inside here. The materials aren't being correctly adjusted. Call pack item. Pack item. If state is held, else item toggle hold visibility false. Oops. That's interesting. Alright, that's looking good. That's looking good. That's that one. Fixed placing item in box. When empty or transferring from another box. Okay. We got ads coming in. Let's take another break. What else is there to do? We've done Wordle, we've done Quirtle, we've done Connections. I've already done the Daily Akari. I guess we're on to Game Door. Impossible Game Door. Yes. Okay, third person. Or has third person, has single player. Before 2007. So we're looking at... What? It could be a Halo. I don't think Halo Evolution Evolved is a thing, though. I think you're thinking about Combat Evolved. Okay, so it's first person and third person, but it's before 96. It's before 96. First person and third person. And it's not a shooter, and it's not sci-fi. What? Tomb Raider? Before 96? Oh! No, never mind. Never mind. Not platformer or puzzle. And it's 90 to 95. So it's early to mid-90s. Early to mid-90s. This yellow down arrow here means it's within 5 years of 96. This red down arrow means it's outside 5 years. Star Fox? No, it's not sci-fi, so it's not Star Fox. And it's on these platforms too. Um, 90 to 96. Yeah, so it's on PC. You know that. I'm thinking it's going to be like 94, 95 kind of thing. First person, third person. It can't be Doom, that's just first person. It's not Wolfenstein, it's not Duke Nukem. It's not Morrowind. Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean... No, that was 83. It's 90 to 95. It's not a sim. Not open world. It's got to be a racing game, right? Or an arcade. Like... ...90 to 95. First person, third person. Has single player. Also has multiplayer. It also has multiplayer. Need for Speed 2. 1990 to 1995. I don't think it'd be Need for Speed 2. I wonder if it's like the original Gran Turismo. No, but it is racing. It is racing. Ooh. Ooh. Carmageddon. can't think of a racing game in this time. Unless it's like the like arcade Sega Rally or like what were they? Demolition Derby? No. No. Need for Speed 2 was 97, by the way. Okay. Some tanks game. No, it wouldn't be World of Tanks. We have to do like original Need for Speed. What is this racing game? Is it like... No, because that would be sci-fi. What is this? Twisted Metal. Fuck. Ah. Alright, let's go Wipeout, why not? Sega Rally Championship. It was an arcade racing game. Knew it would be an arcade. God damn. God damn. Why did I second guess myself? Alright. What do we need to do? I'm gonna do something. I need to set up a small test scene. Shouldn't be able to buy this early. Actually, take that. This one here. Not that. You don't have an item data. Gonna be the very last one that has an item data, isn't it? No. Give me a second. This one here. Okay. Hydrate. I can do that for you. That guy go. Are these guys disappearing again when they get to... Something's not being saved for them. Something's not being saved. But you're gold. Which means I can see you through there. If I take you, then place you. So something's not being set. Store, furniture, bobble display. You have is held sets. So I swear C-Make is hell. C-Make can be frustrating. 1 nanometer away from exploding just because of C-Make errors. Yeah, like I tend to just use make. Like nothing else. Like, people tell me I should try C-Make and all this other stuff. I'm like, can I just want to use make. It's easy, it's simple. It's not overly complicated. Like, just want to use make. It's I understand it. It's I'm not trying to make something that builds 100 milliseconds faster. Alright? Just leave me alone. I'm fine if the build takes an extra minute. I'll go make a coffee or something. By the time I get back, it's finished. Whatever. POV me trying to combine a heavily C-Make dependent SDK with a make-based lib and some 1 or 2 files I had to adapt from nmake. Ew. The fuck does an nmake file do in a make-based whip? Who knows? So when we place the bobble, we call this. We want to go if shit. If bobble body is greater than 0, you want to do bobble body. Actually, just do ooh. We get constant bobble rarity mats. I think what I actually need is when it leaves held. I think we need to do if bobble. Sorry, if character. No, not even that. Body set surface material override to bobble rarity mats get character rarity and then yeah, we duplicate it, we set it to is held, else we set it to that, and then we set the material override. I can actually just set you to null. Actually, do I have that mat enable by default? Yes, I do. and enchanted. Card enchanted. Gold card. Cool. So now... And so we've got that problem now. Cannot call on a null value. Oh. Body head. When it is held... Toggle visibility, false. Where is this pulled from, actually? I don't think it is called. I don't think it does get called. What up, Small? I watched the Nintendo Partner Direct, and when Todd Howard came on, I was like, no, Todd, not again. Okay, so bobblehead toggle visibility is never called. Except for... Oh, what up, Dex? You're late. Has Gamer redeemed late yet? I don't think they have. They might have. I've just forgotten. Yeah, so what was Todd Howard talking about at Nintendo Direct? What does Nintendo Direct even, like Nintendo Partner Direct even do? Like, surely by this stage it's just Nintendo, Rare, and that's it. Do you all have a Nintendo Switch? I have something better. I have a Steam Deck. Oblivion Remastered and Fallout 4 coming to the Switch too. Yeah, I'll stick with my Steam Deck. Just in case you didn't already buy those games in the past. You can now buy them again. People were expecting a Fallout 4 New Vegas remaster to shadow drop like Oblivion, but they didn't. I think it was let's see. Well, Amazon countdown, Amazon Fallout countdown turns out not to be Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas. Did not lead to a Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas remaster announcement, or any announcement at all. Just another explorable behind the scenes widget about the show. And debated, basically. So we create the conscious bobble. Bobble. Toggle hold visibility true. But then this thing here. Ready. Set up meshes. I have not. One of these days, gamer, what's gonna happen is my internet's gonna drop and you're gonna miss redeeming late. Um, Morning, Mike. How you doing? I'm trying to figure out To trigger the conscious bobble, it's not held yet. It's not held yet. Going through setting up settings, setting up menu and save load today. It sucks. Got the main menus and such running yesterday, as well as finishing audio. Nice, nice. I think in here... Because, like, that would be the easiest thing to do. But that doesn't handle the bobble box. Instance. Bobble rarity mats. Get rarity. Set surface material override. Rare mats. Load this. Cool. That's that. Now, what I want to do is go... I'm going to force it to be rare. Excellent. Beautiful. I like it. I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it. Now we need to do the same thing for cards too. But they exist not as characters that run around, but as a regular card. Ah, yeah, we do need to duplicate it. Because we're changing the textures. That's fair. If it's uncommon, we set that. If it's not common, so if it's not common, which means it is rare or enchanted, we get the rarity mats. We duplicate it. We set the image texture. We set the surface material override. What up, Riley? Thanks for the lurk. And then when we pick this up, when we pick it up, we switch it to a held. And I think under held item, we've got the toggle visibilities happening. And that triggers this. The toggle visibility for we've got get surface material override counts. If on, so we either remove it or we duplicate the active material. If surface override material is null. Otherwise, g'day skate. If surface override material is not null, we duplicate it and we set the Z clip. Which I don't think we need to duplicate it, to be honest. I don't think we need to duplicate that. Damn it. There we go. Clean up that nail so I don't get a hangnail. Bloody hell. I don't think I need to duplicate this. So the mesh gets surface material override. Maybe it'll be... Maybe it's fine. Because what else uses a shader? I don't think any of them do. I think they're all just standard materials. I think they're all just standard materials except for the card, which can have a shader material. And then... But I'd have to check. I'd have to put in a check that says if it's... Nah. I'll leave that because that should be fine. Let's correct some data settings here for deliveries. The small bobble display. Level 3. All right. Fixed bobbleheads with rare and enchanted shaders. Z clipping. I don't have the enchanted shader stuff tweaked and figured out yet, but this stuff, this is going to be tough, like the card packs that they drop on the ground. So the card packs they drop on the ground, actually, before we look at that, disappearing when reaching front of the store. So why is that? So move to target. I wonder if it's because we hit running. This is move to target. We set targets to be exit points, but I think exit points is 0. I think that's the problem. Context get exit points. Size. Pretty sure that's what's happening. So 2 was from the one that spawned. You were at 0, so you despawned. You're gonna hit there, which is gonna cause you to despawn. Oh, it says 2 and then 0. NPC name. So it says 2 and then 0 and it breaks it. Two and then 0. if it comes into here the first time, it's 2. It returns success. And it goes to enter store. If the NPC can't enter the store... Oh... If they can't enter the store, then it breaks it. I feel like I need to switch this up. Good night, creeper. I feel like what we want to do is that go in the beard. I can do that for you, creeper. So how can we handle this? If I return out here, then we know that we've hit, like we know that we've finished moving. If they can't enter store, we set the targets to be that. I guess I can take these, pop them there. It doesn't really help it, though. Let's do entered store, true. If context get entered store. So that would only be set here. Yes, that only gets set there. Which is where it increases there. And we're not touching anything there, which means size will be greater than the 0. It's going to go into here. Yeah, so we go, it's not going to go into there first, it'll go into here, because your size is 0, but it still has exit points. So we do this, then we go, alright, if they entered the store, decrease it. What up, Spaceballs? There's an awesome new site I found today, Hackers 1995. It's the mainframe from the movie Hackers. Oh, that's great. Alright. System initialization. Loading modules. WASD to move. Space fly up, shift fly down, mouse look around. Oh, that's funny as shit. Now, you do know that stuff like that actually exists, right? Like, 3D File Explorer. that's... What was it? ...3D file or 3D folder visualizer. What were they? Because they did exist. Like, there was versions of file explorers and stuff that displayed them in a 3D structure. What were they? Hackers style 3D file explorer. It's a combination of futuristic elements justify full view of hackers, film Jurassic Park, and a 3D file system navigator. These things. A file system visualizer. When Chris reached out to the website creators, they provided more examples of 3D file systems being added to otherwise mundane computer systems. 3D file systems that have been grafted into otherwise contemporary computer systems and used by unaugmented human beings to perform tasks familiar to most computer systems. File system visualizer. This thing. There's a file system visualizer for you. Gives you a 3D view of your... Yeah, I like those. I like those file system visualizers. Unix, I know this. Also, I have a Melbourne YouTube video to request. I don't quite have all the context, but I reckon you'll like the song. Melbourne YouTube video. Triple J refused to play this. The 109 Tram song that doesn't stop. Yep. Yep. Yep, that's true. Yep. I get all. Yep. That song's accurate. That's a lore accurate song, Small. G'day Cam, how you doing? Fixed NPCs, not Victoria Street seems like the dodgiest. Yeah, it is. So, I think Victoria Street in Richmond. I think it's in Richmond. I believe there's like areas for people. There's like safe injection points. Safe injection points for people that do that stuff to like properly dispose of things and stuff like that. So it's like, all right, if you're gonna do it, don't just do it on the beach and leave your needle there getting someone else infected with stuff. Don't just leave your syringes in the public bathrooms, all that kind of stuff. And it's like, so they're like, we're gonna set up these spots so that we don't have that sort of like we don't have the issue of them doing it and the issue of them spreading disease to other people through like accidentally stabbing themselves on a syringe. Yeah. So fixed NPCs not continuing their... Or fixed NPCs despawning shortly after loading the game. Push. Okay. Oh shit, we got ads in progress. Well, we failed that anyway. You know what we haven't done for a while? No, we haven't done for a while. We haven't gone through the daily stuff for a while. So here's cover art for a game. That looks like a knockoff Meowth. What up, nerds? Not much, you nerd. What's up with you? Accidentally stabbed myself by stepping on a board with a nail in twice. I'd like to say never again, but it's bound to happen. History repeats itself. Let's see. It is Jazz Punk. There you go. Never heard of that game before. You drinking? Ah, okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. The Queensland government is so far behind that stuff. They don't have safe injection points like Sydney and Melbourne. That's because Queensland sucks. What up, Sizzler? Who is that? I think they're fish. So those are fish. So is this a Subnautica? No. They are definitely fish. Dave the Diver. No? What the fuck? Dredge. It's definitely an ocean exploration game. It's not Subnautica, it's not Dave the Diver, it's not Dredge. It's not nice day for fishing. What the hell is this? Hollow Knight? No, it's not Hollow Knight. I know I've seen this artwork before. Beyond Blue? I don't know. Let's try it. If I can find it. Not Beyond Blue. Beyond Oasis? No. Abzu. That sounds right. Yeah. Alright, this is a character. Got it free on Epic. Nice. Abzu. So this one here this is a character. You think it's Scribblenauts? What's the character's name? We need the character's name. Three stream streak. Nice. They're holding a staff. They've got a backpack. Pingu. I have no idea what this character is. I don't know. Who the hell is it? I don't know. I give up. Claire from A Short Hike. Well, here you go. No idea. Never heard of it. Neither have I. Neither have I. Construction, Spy Unit, Allies, Cold War, Expansion, Tanks. This sounds like it could be a Hearts of Iron. I don't think it is, but... Ore Mining, Attack Dog, Radar Dome, Secret Labs. Ooh, Metro. Tech Trees. Command and Conquer? No. It's got Attack Dog. Attack Dog, Unit Q, Ore Mining, Radar Dome, Secret Labs. Red Alert, you think? It is a Red Alert. Okay, so it's just the original Red Alert. So Danjo was right. Command and Conquer. Oh, it is Command and Conquer Red Alert. I always think of Command and Conquer and Red Alert as two completely separate things. I have those. I have Command and Conquer as one thing. Red Alert is a different thing. I don't know why. Do not ask me why. I don't know. Why? Because... Because they're different. I don't know. Okay, so single player, not third person, after 2017. Blueprints. Okay, Unity, single player, not first person. Could be side view. I don't think it's Hollow Knight. Because of the French. It's not Ultimate Chicken Horse, not Starbound. What would it be? I got no idea what this could be. It's not Phasmophobia. It's not Tunic. It is 2022 though. It's an indie side view from 2022. Or a puzzle side view from 2022. I don't know. I can't remember. I can't. What? It's not an auditory game. It's not like a musical game. What is the side view? Not fantasy, not horror, not survival, not drama, not mystery, not thriller. You did guess this one successfully. I'm just gonna guess a side view game. Sport platformer indie arcade. Side view sport platformer. Is it like a Skate or a Tony Hawk? Yeah, side view sport platform. The only thing I can think of is... The only thing I can think of is like... Yeah, a skating game. It's the weird one. Oh my god. It's the weird one, the second installment of the series. That doesn't help. I don't know any weird skateboarding games. It's not Bomb Rush Cyberpunk or anything like that. Those are 3D. Like, those are like... I don't know. Ollie Ollie? Ollie Ollie 2, welcome to the Ollie world. Ollie Ollie world. What is this? I've never even heard of this. That's crazy. Not sure why it says it's indie, because it's not indie. Published by Private Division. And they did Kerbal Space Program, Ancestors, After Us. And Roll 7. They've made a bunch of games. Take-Two kind of gutted Private Division and Roll 7 and then sold them off. So? I'd say... publishing label of Take-Two Interactive. Okay, so yeah, that changes it. Okay, so Private Division is there specifically for smaller and indies. Smaller studios and indies. But it's still backed by Take-Two. Yeah, that's messy. I wouldn't label them. I wouldn't label them as indie. Alright, you want to play another game, Dual Doctor Explosive? Walking Dead Season 1. Alright, what's your guess, Explosive? Third person, single player, 2007 to 2011. It has some sort of multiplayer. So it could be a Borderlands. No, it wouldn't be a Borderlands. Could be a Tom Clancy. I got the publishers showing Private Division and Roll 7 as a hint when I did it. But it also showed indie and I was mildly confused. So Take-Two's definitely not... definitely not indie. But... that's the thing. If you have a publisher that is a small publishing company, but they are like if that publishing company is indie game publishing only, like indie game and small studio publishing only, and their budget is small, and it's owned by a larger company, but that larger company isn't involved with the publishing, is it still indie? That's where it gets complicated. This could be Red Dead. Nah. No, Red Dead has first person as well. When you like scope in and stuff like that, right? Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind. is the genre? Not shooter, not RPG, not RTS or strategy, not auditory, not sim, not arcade, not indie, not platformer, not sport, not driving, not point and click. Could be a puzzle game. Could be Batman. A multiplayer. Did the Batman Arkham series have multiplayer? No. No, it doesn't. Batman Arkham series don't have multiplayer. It's not a superhero game. It's a fantasy, stealth, open world, sandbox, historical action. It's Assassin's Creed 2. Assassin's Creed 3. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. What? I don't know. Freedom Cry. Assassin's Creed Revelations. Assassin's Creed 2 is 2009. Assassin's Creed 3 is 2012. Why the hell is Brotherhood not 3? Why is Revelations not 4? What the fuck is this naming system you've got? No wonder Ubisoft is disappearing. They don't know how to fucking count. Why are some just platforms and some just adventure? Because Ubisoft doesn't know what they're doing. That's all there is to it. It's 2, 2.1, 2.2, 3, 3.1, 3.2. But in that case, gamer, I would argue that it should be Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed 2 Revelations, or Brotherhood, or whatever, and then Assassin's Creed 2, whatever the other one is, then Assassin's Creed 3, then Assassin's Creed 3, whatever. Yeah. What probably happened is they had different teams working on different games at once. So, that's no reason for naming to be stupid. Alright, so these ones here. Conscious baubles are unable to be burned. Where's the conscious timer? This is the company who made their pride to have the first quadruple A game. Yeah. Yeah, and it ended up being the worst game released that year. Every time someone says the game devs did X when it comes to a big game, I'm like, which game devs? They all few thousand who worked on it. And that's the thing, the game devs have nothing to do with the naming of the game. That is up to the company themselves. They go, all right, we're gonna have this game made. We're gonna get this studio to make it. What are we calling it? We will name it, and we will get the art team to make that. The studio they get to make the game isn't deciding what the name of the game is. No, they're just making the freaking thing. They're paid to make it, that's it. As far as I'm concerned, the studio has their internal code name, then marketing figured everything out. Yeah, like the studio will have an internal name that they use to reference it as part of their projects, but they're not coming up with the actual name that the owner of the IP wants it to be called. Like, yeah, like they will have some input into like how the game works and stuff. Like they'll have input into the mechanics and stuff like that. To be like, okay, so you want this sort of you want a mechanic where the player jumps up, grabs onto a ledge, and they like climb up sort of thing. Cool. Well, we can make it look like this. Like we can do it this way. You know? Maybe the executives get to name it. Oh, the executives don't name it. The executives aren't naming it. The executives couldn't care what it's named as long as they get paid. Yeah, the executives don't even touch it. The executives love making big decisions. No, they love making it look like they were involved in big decisions. But let's face it, the decisions are made, and then the executives are told what the decisions are so that they can make sure the board and the shareholders are happy. God damn it. This nail is really annoying me today. There we go. Big decisions, usually mass layoffs of non-critical teams. I've heard some horror stories about some of Far Cry's development. Oh boy, it makes me really wonder how Ubisoft gets anything done. They don't. Isn't that why, like, if we have a look at Ubisoft shares... I mean, their shares have bounced back a little bit. But if we go like a month, look at that. Look at that. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Ubisoft. going from like 670, 660 euro all the way down to €4. Now do a 5-year. Going from €84 to €4. I'm sorry, but if your leadership is running the company into the ground from €100 in 2018 to €4, I'm pretty sure this calls, like, even this dip here, even this drop here, I would argue that that would require every executive to be replaced. This here I can understand because it's quarantine, or it's like COVID and stuff like that. But at this point, you would kind of go, you know what, let's fire everyone that's an executive and replace them. Clearly it's not working. What dipshit caused the issue? Shareholders never think rationally, but they think financially. They think about the money. And if their investment is tanking that hard, they're going to want to either see change or they're going to sell. So where do we spawn the goddamn conscious bobbles? I don't see. I'm not seeing the bobble box sets to true, but nothing triggers this. Yeah, strategic restructurings, basically firing everyone so that they can keep getting a multi-million-dollar a year bonus. 1988 to present, 2026. Yves Guillemot continues as CEO and chairman of Ubisoft. They need to replace it. Like, sure, he might have been doing well up until 2018, but ever since 2018, it's just been a decline. So clearly their time has passed and they need to be replaced. Like that, if that company's gonna survive, they need to have a complete overhaul of everyone that's running things at that company. Yeah, they cancelled a bunch of games. And probably fired a bunch of people as a result too. This does that. I think I need... Company founded by the Goodmont brothers. Chief executive. This marks the start of his official tenure leading the company. Need to get rid of him. Doesn't matter how long you've been in charge, if what you're doing is not working, someone else needs to take over. We want to do it as a scene tree type. Beyond Good and Evil was one of those early games in 2000s that had non-sexualized female protagonist well before the woman movement. Okay. Saw something that the game dev union inside Ubisoft has requested the CEO to step down. Good. It shouldn't just be the game dev union, though. It should be any shareholders that have money invested in the company, because the company's share price has tanked 96% since 2018. The union was recently formed at a location they decided to lose. Yep, that sounds like union retaliation to me. Let's see, we load the shop. Set up start of day. Change store open. Store open and store closed. Okay. Actually, it might be better to have this on store itself. Let's put this under store. Just like Walmart. Independent directors. Yeah, we don't need a breakdown of the entire company, Nathir. We don't need an entire breakdown. Like, you can stop posting 400 names. Thought it might be interesting. It's not. It's not because none of us know who any of these people are. Right. I don't care. I don't care. It's too much text. Too much text and too many random names of people none of us know. Like, I mean by their titles. It's not providing any information though, Nathir. Like, it's just a bunch of names and what their title is. It's like, so what? Who cares? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing in here about opening the store. Maybe I do need to have it on game state. If Ubisoft makes a great game, then there won't be issues. But they've cancelled like 8 games that could be great games. That's the issue. If not player. If it is open. Conscious timer. Create timer. Board's also responsible, and see who they are might show us why the CEO has been fired. But you've got to remember, like, it's not just the board. Like, the board aren't the only shareholders, Nathir. There's thousands or millions of shareholders. And all of those people vote for the board. So if the board isn't pushing to replace the executives, the shareholders can vote the board out. And if the board doesn't get voted out and they're not doing anything about management and the price of the share keeps going down, all those people sell and leave and take their money elsewhere, and then the company goes bankrupt. So it doesn't matter who's in charge or if the board is related to the CEO and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. Made lots of great games in the past, but current leadership is taking it away from their roots. Yeah. So we want to create this timer. Oh no, how do we want to do this? I want something that spawns... How are we going to do this? First of all, let's have a look at this one. Trigger conscious. Understore. Make bobble conscious. Process has this. Okay, so we do have a conscious threshold here. And that's for store make bobble conscious. Okay, if it's a bobble, it does set up conscious state. And then we do conscious is true. And then where is that? So we do this. So yeah, the only things... So we pick a display. If shelves with bobble size is 0. So if there's no process, hang on. Where's this called? It is called in process. Why didn't you find this? Oh, because it's in game state. Okay, that makes sense. Game's in progress. The store's open. There's NPCs in the store. And the current time is within that. Okay. I'm not gonna go work at Uber shit, Nathir. Why would I do that? That would be horrible. That'd be a nightmare working for that company. Go there, spend a bunch of years working on a game that's going to be amazing, just have them turn around and go, actually, nah, let's not release that. Didn't iHeart work there? I think so. I think iHeart worked there. Um, How can I do this? Because I don't want to have a ton of them spawn when I do this. If not conscious spawned. Is what I want to do. Let's load this. I'm gonna open. Keep an eye out for a bobble spawning. Why? Why? Allow conscious? Is that not being set? No, it's not. Alright, let's see. Why is it not spawning? What up, cheek? Ah, that's right. Okay. Invalid access property or key stocked line item on a base of static body 3D card holder. Display 75. Bobblehead. Actually, S is card holder. Return false. All right. Okay. That will help. So none of the card holders will ever get included as the bobble. There we go. I grab you. Okay. Interaction Manager 23. So it's on Furnace. Furnace has a bug. Well, not a bug, but an incorrect. That's our issue. This is the other thing I can test. Is I'm going to create a new save over you. $36. Okay, so you are still running around. I can't collect you. That's the next. Yep, that's a good one. That's a good one. We need to fix that after the ad break. All right. Walking Dead Season 1. I just want all these bugs to be finished. I'm not interacting as much on stream because I'm trying to get this demo finished. I'm just like, man, I just want it all finished so that I don't have to worry about things being broken for the demo. I can go back to just messing around on stream and not having to worry about things. Single player, not third person, after 2017. Not Cyberpunk. Not Call of Duty. Okay, so it's after 2022. Not first person, single player, after 2022. It's going to be isometric or side view. It's isometric 2024, 2025. It's a strategy game. It's not Civ 7. Isometric single player strategy in 2024, 2025. Huh? Nah, Total War's got multiplayer. You can play co-op, you can play local co-op or multiplayer, online, versus type stuff. They're not classing Balatro as isometric, are they? Okay, they are classing Balatro as isometric. But it's 2025 or something released this year. Alright, so it's a 2025 isometric single player. Frontier Developments. Does anyone know who that is? I'm assuming it's an indie strategy or an indie turn-based. Jurassic World Evolution 3. Okay, there we go. That is an isometric bird view game, apparently. There you have it. I would have thought Jurassic World Evolution stuff would be third person. I would not have got that. Neither would I. Neither would I. That's why I'm glad Sammy's here. So I can't replicate this. Actually, for me, turn these back on. You replicate it by double-clicking the bobblehead when placing it from inventory. I can't even double-click it. I can't even replicate that. Maybe what I do I can't even double click it when I have it limited to 60 FPS. So that looks very smooth when I have it capped to 60 FPS. All right. And if I bump it back up to unlimited, if I set it back to VSync, now it becomes jumpy, becomes choppy. And I think that's because it's actually going at like 130 or something. It's trying to do it as fast as it can, but because the like rendering keeps changing of all the different items, I can see here how that's smooth. If I now face this way, yeah. I don't think there's going to be anything I can do about that joltiness. I think if someone gets to the point where they have that many items and their PCs, like obviously there's a shit ton of stuff that's spawned in. Makes it a bit difficult. I wonder, because I have the collision disabled on them. I don't know. I fixed the issue with the furnace and being able to burn the conscious bobbles. Can't replicate collecting a conscious bobble though. That's that done. Where's that? Fix that up. That's fixed that up. Okay. Even looking up the company on Google, they made some of the new Roller Coaster Tycoon-like games. Okay. So they do primarily isometric stuff. They've got their niche in isometric. I had a Slayer song playing in the background, and you picked up the bobblehead. I came over, and the bobblehead was headbanging for a second. I giggled. Oh, nice. Nice. Now, when I bobble the bobblehead, time out. Right, connect. Try disconnect. Timeout. So we do that. When we pick it up, we want to do Slayer playing with dolls. There's a viral video. You get a streamer to keep playing a metal riff while making the bobblehead headbang. Okay, so that should handle our issue. Actually. Bobble your head. Hmm. The heads don't really bobble that much. I need to tweak that. Where do we have the bobble? Or where do we have the physics process or the process? Bobble, collect. None of that. Get interaction, set up conscious. I swear I had something that was keeping... Maybe it's in here. Yeah, no, that doesn't... Where the hell was I limiting the movement from? So I don't have that happening anywhere. I wonder if I got rid of it. But anyway. Let's see. Regular bubble. The spring here. Point 0.3. Here are those joints. And the pin joint. The force with which the pinned objects stay in position in relation to each other. We do that. You go bobble the head. Where does bobble linear get set? No, that's just a constant. Bobble angle max. Bobble linear. Okay, so we do this. Bobble linear. Fuck's sake. Show me bobble linear and then change it to time on me. God damn. So we do that. You're not used anywhere. Okay, so there is no bobble angle max used anywhere. This one here Set that to 4. All right. Quiet. Is there a random... So, why... Linear velocity. Let's just see what we're setting that linear velocity to when we do bobble it. That says 4-4. That one there was a 4-4 too. I don't get it. That one got set to a 4-4 and it bobbled fine. Alright, let's see. Okay. So we should be... Okay, I see. I see. Okay, so... Honestly, I don't need that. I just need to make sure. And if we go into here, I drop you down to 0.3. So this here, the higher the stronger. Spring. Surely. I think that's a better bobbleheading. That's a good bobblehead. I like it. But we still need to fix up when it's on the shelf. Like when it's... maybe we put this as 0.2. We adjust this. Let's see if that works. Well, let's see if that works. They're not really... That's good. I like that. And now, if I set this to something like 20. Because yeah, the other bugs that have been reported, I can't replicate. So I don't know how to fix them. Why? Why is it so slow? Hydrate, I can do that. Give me 2 seconds. They don't bobble that much when they're on the... That's a great bobblehead. Like, that's a great head bobbling. That is such a good bobble. Like, that is such a good bobble. My day's been going great so far. Thank you for asking, P1. Now that is a jiggle bone. I know, right? Oh my god, like, seriously. Look at that bobble. It is such a good bobble. You know what we need. You know what we need to do. Let's go back into our game state. Back in here. Are you ready for this? Actually, I don't need to do that. Doesn't interact with body or hands. The bobble looks more like a real one. I know, right? This bobbling looks so much better. Working on deserialization for my string spans. Nice. No! Okay, alright, let's fix this. Totally scared, browser loop 19. No existent function, totally scared. Um, all right, so watch how this bobblehead is running around. Look at his head bobble. Look at his head bobble. He fell over. Now, that was so... I didn't program that. That's a mistake. The fall over. Oh my god, that's perfect. Oh my god, if that can happen randomly, that's the best bug ever. It's just... Oh my god. That is so funny. Oh, that is so funny. Occasionally just trips over and falls flat. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh my god, that is so funny. Oh, Jesus. That's staying in. That's staying in. Oh my god. Oh, compose myself. Give me a second. I'm actually crying. Like, that was so funny. I did not expect that at all. just running along. I have no idea why it's doing that either. But it's staying in. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Whew. No, you were having a fun time working on that, but now you've just also made my day with it now. Oh, that was... Some of the best things that end up in games are just bugs that happen. Like, in Grand Theft Auto, the original Grand Theft Auto, the police were supposed to get in front of your car and do like block you and like stop you that way. But when they were building it, there was a bug with the AI pathfinding. Didn't cause them to stop you, but it caused them to just like smash right into the side of the car. And they left that in because they found that people loved that kind of chaos. No. A pit stop is when they hit the back of the car and make you spin out. This was just the police went like just full bolt into the side of you. like as fast as they could. You're driving along this way and then the police just go bam. Just like flatten you into a wall. A pit maneuver, alright, Pit maneuver. It's pursuit tactic. Laterally strikes the rear of the pursued vehicle. That's a pit maneuver. Not T-boning the car. That's not a pit maneuver. But yeah, when they saw that people responded well to the chaos that caused, they're like, we're not fixing that bug. That's staying in there. That's going to be fantastic. And oh my god, just seeing that bobblehead fall over out of nowhere. Nowadays, I see no other ways to code a car police AI in any game. Exactly. People that are playing those kinds of games with police chasing you, they don't want realistic police. They want chaos. Please, for the love of God, make that short. Oh, I'm gonna make the bobblehead falling flat a short, for sure. That's becoming a short like nobody's business. Oh. I don't think I'm ever gonna top that in my game dev career. Just... I would love to know how I'm doing it so that I could replicate it. Amazing mustache today again as always. You know it. Oh. Now this is going to be a big one that we need to fix tonight. Because when the NPC drops all their items, and see down here we've got if they're scared and the bag's visible, we drop the items. Does the head have a weight? The rigid body does have a weight, but the movement of the bobblehead does not take into account the weight of the head. So the bobblehead is one rigid body, and the head is another rigid body, which has a weight. But the rigid body of the bobble doesn't care about that rigid body. It doesn't calculate, factor that in at all. It ignores it. This makes me want to try and make a challenge to softlock myself by making every item unpickable with no money. Oh, that was the best. Good, didn't see the bobble. Now, no one's entering the store, I'm noticing. Because it's closed. Yep. Duh. She gone. She gone. Oh, they don't know the bobblehead's coming for them. I see how all your cards are just frozen in midair. Very interesting. Because we set collision disabled to false. We set freeze to false. We reparent them under store. Head and body in colliders are independent. Yeah. So you see here, you've got the regular bobble here, and then this bobble here only exists as a pin joint for these two static bodies to give the bobble effect. Other than that, this rigid body here, this square, this big square here, that's the bobble movement. Like, that's the bobble. So I don't know how it's falling face first. I think there's something going on with the calculation using basis that's causing it to set the rotation to like 90 degrees or something. But I don't know. And I don't want to know. I don't care. I want to leave it. It's staying in. Maybe I just... set you to false. I remember coding an exception for that. That says that it's disabled still. And you still say that you're frozen. It's because it's switching into here, I think. Surely. Let's go into our items state machine. Idle item. Character get groups as constant items group. I'd run away from that little toy running at me that normally. That normally doesn't. We all watch Child's Play. We know what animated dolls mean. Exactly. How do you know it's not a wind-up bobble? Because you can see the other bobbleheads. Your up vector becomes a different axis, or else you divide by 0. I remember coding exception for that. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Set deferred. Freeze false. Collision. Set deferred. Disabled false. Dropped idle. Bye-bye. You need to turn around and go back that way so that you can scare him. No. Damn it. Add to group on null value, NPC. Get child count greater than 0. That should fix that. I might have to finish this bug tonight, because I need to turn that bobblehead falling over into a goddamn short. Greatest short that's ever been made. Okay, you're going back that way. I also need to drop these cards down so they're actually inside the holsters. And I need to fix it up because I don't think the customers are taking. See, that's interesting. Why don't you get what? Doesn't have that. Thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. Congrats on becoming a Gedunt. It's a good thing. I'm honored. You should be. It stands for Good See You Next Tuesday. Yep. Go tell your friends. Go tell them. We do have some competitions that are running in this stream all the time. There's the secret word. When someone says the secret word, they get a gifted sub. But no one has said the secret word for like a week at this point. And it's a very simple secret word. If no one, like, I think at the end of this stream, I might just tell you what the last week's secret word has been. Is the secret word secret? No. No. You have to say the word in general conversation. You can't just ask if the word is the word. And also, first, second, and third. Whoever at the end of the year has the most firsts gets a custom one of a kind mug, maybe some other stuff. Second gets another custom one of a kind mug and maybe something else. And third just gets a custom one of a kind mug. Yep. I'm making conversation that the word is circular. Yeah, that doesn't count, Sammy. It's not how it works. What do you mean, one-of-a-kind mug? I mean a mug that will have a one-of-a-kind design on it. There'll be a design on the mug. I get it made, and then that's the only version of that mug. Yeah. Thoughts on vibe coders? If they want to make themselves obsolete in the next 3 years, when companies have backed away from using AI because they're not getting the benefits that they were promised out of it, then they can do that. They can do that. I would rather know what I'm doing so that I can get a job. Got an example of checking if a signal is connected before connecting it? Yes. Yes, I do actually. I have an entire helper for that. I stole this from iHeart as well. So I've got this try connect. I go, if the signal that we're passing in is connected to the callable that we're passing in, we return. Otherwise, we connect it. We connect it with the connection flag that we pass in. Yeah. And then we do the same thing for the try disconnect, but just if it's not connected, we return, and then we disconnect. It's quite easy. Hey, I can ping it to you after stream. Back in my actually, I would say it requires you to utilize the word properly in conversation. Correct. Personally, don't, as it's still sloppy. But I think it's great for people wanting a simple site with no experience and no funds for a dev. Can't see it replacing developers anytime soon, as it has a long way to go. The issue I have with people that have no experience using it to make a site is it can lead them to having a site with security vulnerabilities. A huge amount of security vulnerabilities. Back in my day, vibe coders were just normal coders with epic vibes. This is the last test I'm gonna have to do. I didn't realize ads were hitting, so... That really doesn't make sense. I said epic vibes, not silly vibes. Vongo, you don't know what epic vibes are. You see my website template I put together. I've not. What up, Skeptic? I have a co-worker that abuses AI. After I finished explaining them something, they replied with Gemini quoted the same thing and checks out. It's a bit sad. I would have replied being like, yes, and there's a reason I knew it and you had to check Gemini. Learn your shit. I had a similar one. I had a similar thing. Which was... someone asked me for help on a database assignment. And like how they could take the data they were given and create multiple tables and a few views. And I gave them like first thing I could think of after like 10 minutes of talking to them about the project and whatnot. Threw out like, you know, 4 or 5 tables and like 2 views that accumulates data from multiple tables sort of thing. And then like half an hour later they came back and they're like, did you use AI for that? I'm like, no. It's like, because the AI gave me basically the exact same thing. Like, yeah. Like, that's what happens when you know what you're doing. It's actually really interesting to me that in the 90s and early 2000s, being a nerd, like, and before that, being a nerd was looked at negatively. And then, like, late 2000s, 2010s and whatnot, it was popular. People loved it because there was like Big Bang Theory, there was like Neil deGrasse Tyson throwing stuff out there was all this stuff going on. And now, people are still like, oh my god, nerds. But at the same time, those same people are like, why would I want to learn things when I can just use AI? Like, we've got a contradiction here now. Do you want to be a nerd or do you want to be a dumbass? Pick a lane. You can't have both. I think the object is sleeping. I think it is. What is it? It's... see if that works. I use AI to learn things. Yeah, but that's different from just being like, oh yeah, I'm just going to have AI do it. You know, using it to learn things is one thing. Using it to do the thing so that you don't have to learn is completely different. He's running around with that bobblehead of his. I think AI bridging skill gaps is fine if a person wants something that a skill offers but don't want to dedicate their lives to that trade. There isn't enough lifetime to learn every trade. Correct, there isn't. But that's why we have people that know different things. Like, if there was an AI that could design you a house and that you could have built by AI machines, are you going to trust them to build you a house with a solid foundation and a solid structure? No, you're not. No, you're not. So why would you do that with something else? I think the way Linus Torvald says it, like, or approaches it, is smart. which is if it's something that doesn't matter. If it's something that doesn't matter, sure, have AI do it. I'd trust an AI to build my house if it was purpose-built to build houses. Okay. None of the LLMs that we have out there are purpose-built to like be better in one thing or another. Like you can claim that the code generating ones are, but they're not, because they take into account multiple different programming languages and multiple different approaches. Like it's not the same as going, here's an LLM that will build you a game using C++. Is that different than a human that knows multiple languages? Well, yes. Because now you've got a human that's going to think about it. They're going to understand it. They're going to create a solution. They're going to see the solution doesn't work. They're going to fix it. And if they don't know something, this is the key. This is the key part that everyone forgets, Sammy. If they don't know something, they go out and figure it out. Whereas the AI just guesses and gives you something that's incorrect. Get steamed? Always, Coco. I will always get steamed, Coco. Always. How was your stream, Coco? One second, hop in before bed. It's 3 a.m. God damn. Enjoy your sleep. You need it. 3 a.m. That's redonkulous. Let's see. So I'm setting sleeping to be false. And it still isn't dropping. 10 stream streak, nice. Gotta go hang out washing. No worries, Mike. We'll see you tonight. If you have any more helpers. The only other helpers I have are like to format my pricing in game from integer to float or from integer to a string representation, stuff like that. I don't have it for anything else. I don't know why these aren't moving. I'm setting them... Is the card pack a container? It is an idle container. Yeah, this should be going to items. That's where it should be going. That's what's gonna be doing it. I reckon that's what's doing it. No, don't come back here. Go back around there. God damn you little bastard. You're supposed to be scaring these people. What do you want? Yeah. There we go. But you're now stuck running in place and your head's going chaotic. I wonder. I think I know what's happening there. You don't have any of those. Neither do you. So neither of you have any collision wave or collision mask. So you're not going to be colliding with this at all. That's interesting. That's interesting. Why is that? I'm gonna have to look into that tonight. But we fixed this. Fixed that. What was the other thing that I needed to do? That's right. Text on dialogue screen. Not translating. That's what he needs to do. Alright. We're going to call it there. Where are we going to go this morning? Where are we going this morn? Maybe we go here. I know where we're going. I know where we're going. I know where we're going. You got no one streaming? We are gonna go to a damn fine New Zealand streamer. don't hold the fact that they're New Zealand against them. Did he change his name? No, it's still Finn is fine. Finn is damn fine. Oh, whoops. 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 Well, we've rated out anyone else that wants to go watch Finn is Fine. You can go on YouTube and look at Finn is Fine. Have a good one.